in the Islamic world. I guess Ireland still likes us as American tourists keep its economy afloat. So they may hoist the Guinness over there when old Joe Biden shows up. But they'll be glad to see him go, as will many Americans, when the Biden nightmare finally ends. Back after this. If you are a timeshare owner, you're probably upset that your yearly dues continue to increase. Lone Star Transfer guarantees the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and done in a specific time frame. They're the only company you can trust, having helped more than 18,000 owners legally and permanently get out. So please call Lone Star Transfer 855-551-7066 or visit LoneStarTransfer.com. That is the Morning O'Reilly Update. More analysis later on.
With lawlessness and corruption rampant in Laramie, Wyoming, something had to be done. An outlaw would be caught in the midst of a crime and then declared not guilty by a jury of men who were hedging their bet should they end up a defendant in the future. Something had to be done, and that something was to select women for jury duty. The judge didn't just select a couple of women, he made the grand jury half women. This was not only the first time a woman served as jurist in Wyoming, it was the first time in the United States. The national press came down hard on them. Men said if their wife served on a jury, they would no longer live with them. To protect their identity, the women wore veils. A woman bailiff was appointed to spend the night outside the rooms where they stayed. Women were thought to be incapable of serving on a jury because they were too emotional and too easily swayed. Those opposed to women's rights thought the jurors would fail, thus ending the suffrage movement. But they were wrong. The jury handed down indictments for murder, horse and cattle stealing, and illegal branding. When they retired to decide a murder case, initially all of the women were for conviction, but only half of the men. When the verdict was handed down, the man was convicted. Afterward, the judge said the woman served with dignity and intelligence, as well as being firm and resolute. He also noted that after the grand jury had begun, a number of unsavory characters had left town. You've just heard another story from Old West Radio. I'm Dakota Livesay.
The Atlanta Braves are back, and this 2023 team is ready for another epic season.
There's a liner out towards center field. It will lay down. Base hit. Here comes Ronald. Braves win it.
Tonight, the Braves wrap up this huge season-opening homestand as they square up against the Cincinnati Reds in Atlanta. Braves Radio goes on the air at 6:05 Eastern, 5:05 Central on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
7:15 on this Wednesday morning. Did get the live stream back up and going after it decided to update right in the middle of starting there. You got to love it when it does that. The old hard reset, as we call it. Deputy Brandle's with us this morning from the Sheriff's Department. Deputy, I should have said Sergeant Brandle. I need to give you the appropriate title, sir.
Sergeant I've been called worse, so well, it's all right.
We can't use those words on the radio, sir. But
you're right.
I would never call you that, anything other than Sergeant Brandle or friend. I'd call you that as well.
Hey, sounds good.
What you got going on for us this morning?
Past 24 hours, the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office has answered 118 calls, processed 6 arrests, and currently have 178 incarcerated. Under our arrest reports, we have a Jillian Edwards Green, 40-year-old white male of Hendersonville, charged with trafficking opium or heroin, possession of meth, maintaining a dwelling, and possession of drug paraphernalia, given a $100,000 secure bond. We have Amanda Victoria Harford, 31-year-old white female of Far City, charged with failure to appear on misdemeanor, given a $750 secured bond. We have Willie Duke Stroud, 56-year-old black male, Boston, charged with failure to appear, given a $500 secured bond. Johnny Harrison Bradley, 75-year-old white male, Far City, charged with assault on female. No bond listed on that. John Carl Gardner, 36-year-old white male, Mooresboro, charged with 5 counts of failure to appear, given a $2,500 secure bond. Braxton Gidney, 20-year-old black male of Rutherford, charged with failure to appear, given a $500 secure bond. And Jeremy Clark, 30-year-old white male of Ellenburg, charged with felony larceny and larceny from a merchant, given a $10,000 secure bond. Under our incident reports, we have a damaged property reported from Gilmore Edwards Road in Rutherford. Looks like the suspect took a well pump off, damaging it. We have a larceny of a firearm that occurred on Withrow Road in Far City. Looks like a Taurus 9mm valued at $350 was taken in that incident. We have a breaking and entering larceny reported from W.V. Thompson Road in Rutherford. Looks like the victim's trailer was broken into and items stolen from the trailer, including medicine and currency. We have a breaking and entering larceny reported from 4383 Bostic Sunshine Highway there in Bostic. Looks like the suspects broke in, stealing numerous items of all sorts there. We have a misdemeanor larceny reported from 2669 US 221A Highway, Mooresboro. Looks like the suspect, that's going to be the Haynes Branch Library. Looks like the suspect went in the library taking some video games in that incident. Looks like she's on camera doing that. We have a breaking and entering larceny after breaking and entering from Little Ridge Road in Mooresboro. Looks like the suspect entered the residence, taking some tools and chargers and stuff in that incident. We have a felony larceny reported from 2387 Ellenburg Henrietta Road. Looks like the utility company, I guess they left their truck there on the side of the road, and somebody helped herself to their tools out of their truck. Have a breaking and entering to motor vehicle, Newhouse Road in Ellenboro. Looks like the suspect entered a vehicle, taking several items in that incident. And we have a felony larceny reported from Highway 64 in Rutherford. Looks like somebody took a U-Haul tow dolly in that incident. That's all we have this morning.
Sergeant Brandel, thanks so much for that report. You have a great day, and most of all, be safe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. That was Sergeant Brandel with that report from the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department. Moving next to 911 Communications Center after this.
Jim, have you seen Henson Building Materials' newly remodeled showroom? It's gorgeous.
You mean where they have a full line of hardware and building materials for homeowners and home builders?
I mean where Jamie, Terry, and Tony, their friendly staff, treat me like family. Oh, they're so nice.
Hey, are they taking COVID precautions and have curbside service?
Of course. They're so thoughtful.
I do need some materials, but I don't think they'll fit in our car.
Oh, silly. They have professional delivery so we can get whatever I want.
Henson Building Materials, 177 Duke Street in Forest City.
Building starts here.
41 degrees, 7:21 outside the studios this morning. And going to 911 Communications with Amanda. Amanda, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing wonderful. What do you have on the report for us?
Well, in the past 24 hours, the Rutherford County 911 Communications Center has processed 296 911 calls and administrative calls, which consisted of 60 for the emergency medical services, 118 for the sheriff's office, 50 for Forest City, 3 for Lake Lure, 21 for Rutherford, and 9 for Spindale. Ellenburg Fire Department had a vehicle fire. Forest City had a motor vehicle crash. Rutherford had a fire alarm. Sandy Mush had a vehicle fire, and SDO had a motor vehicle crash, and that is all.
Amanda, thanks so much for that report and have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Amanda with that report from 911 Communication. A little low on the end there, but I turned it up about as far as I could get it without blowing the speakers out. Oh, Lord. Atlanta Braves baseball coming up this evening. That'll be 6:05 airtime, 7:20 first pitch. Game 3 versus the Reds. They did come out ahead last night, 7-6. So they are 2-0 right now. They could sweep the Reds tonight if they pull out another win. We'll have to just see what goes on this evening. Join Cameron Crisp in the Blue Room as he brings you all the action from the Atlanta Braves Radio Network right here on WCAB. 7:22. Continuing our trip around the county, our next reporter coming up.
Let me brag on Hutchins Pest Control a minute. Don't let the pest bug you when Hutchins Pest Control is as close as a phone call. Honest, dependable, professional, and on-time service may be the reason they keep getting voted best pest control. If you have a pest problem, call this family-run business at 287-5171. Licensed in North and South Carolina and fully insured and bonded. Get a free estimate when you call Hutchins Pest Control and be sure the job is done right. That's Hutchins Pest Control. Call them today at 287-5171 and they'll be right there.
23 minutes after 7 o'clock, Ruby Taylor over in the SDO Fire District. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Beautiful day outside, a little cool, so if you go out, just be sure to bundle up a little bit.
I am. I'm going out after a while, but I'm going to put me on a jacket.
There you go. What do you have for us, Ruby?
Well, the SDO didn't have anything, I don't reckon. I don't hear anything. And on my birthday calendar, I got Ann Doggett, Ken Wilkerson, and Brandon Bright having birthdays today, and I hope they have a nice day. Signs are in the knees today and the legs tomorrow. So that's all I got, Todd.
Ruby, thanks so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Ruby Taylor with that report from the SDO Fire District. That's over in the Shiloh, Danieltown, Oakland. A lot of people don't know what SDO means.
That's right. They sure don't. I didn't for a long time.
Yeah, just SDO. What does that mean, SDO? I mean, that's like a 3-town incorporation.
It
there.
is.
Like Cherry Mountain Sunshine.
That's what they used to do back in the old days.
That's right.
They just incorporated everybody.
Now everything's Mooresboro.
Yeah.
7:24, continuing our trip around the county. We'll head up to Bills Creek, Lake Louisiana after this.
Your car's best friend can be RS Speedy Lube Service Center. That's because RS Speedy Lube Service Center and Car Wash can keep your car or truck running clean with a regular oil change. They check the fluids and vacuum out the car and have you on your way in no time. Go next door for a radiator or transmission flush, brakes, exhaust, CV joints, and service for big trucks and campers also available. Pull next door to the RS Speedy Automatic Car Wash and make your car happy with a clean, all under and all over car wash. It's all at RS Service Center and Car Wash on Railroad Avenue in Rutherfordton.
25 minutes after 7 o'clock, going up to Mooresboro North. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to the...
You had me confused.
Well, you know, if you hang around too long and your town ain't doing nothing, they're going to call you Mooresboro. So, Bills Creek, Chimney Rock area. Chris Melton with us this morning, Mooresboro North. Did you like it, Chris? I thought it was funny.
Oh, yeah, it was. It's only 45 minutes away from here, but we're close.
I mean, it'll take you 45 minutes to get across Mooresboro.
That's right.
The way they've incorporated everything in Cliffside and all down that way, it's all Mooresboro. Chris, what you got going on for us today?
I'm happy to report we had no calls on this end of the county yesterday.
Well, that's awesome.
Had an awesome day yesterday. It was beautiful weather and great day.
Maybe we can keep things going that way and keep everybody quiet up there.
Absolutely.
Well, all right,
it's
Chris,
getting busy in town.
That's right. Nothing else, Chris. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
All right, have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. How you like that? Nice and quiet up in the Bills Creek, Lake Louisiana area up that way. And I know it don't make good for us when they don't have anything to report, but, hey, that means they didn't have any emergencies. They didn't have no fires. They didn't have no bank robberies like we did in Forest City.
Everybody's behaving themselves up there, aren't they?
Everybody's chilling. That's what we call it. Everybody's chilling. Continuing our call-around report, we'll check in over in Ballstick.
You call the shots. Get savings on your new device at Bark Mobile. You make the call to get a new free Samsung Galaxy 5G smartphone when you switch. Then call the shots with an unlimited data plan. A single line is just $40 per month with autopay. Get the device you want plus unlimited data to stream, surf, download, message, and be ready for anything. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details or visit mybarkmobile.com/terms and conditions. Offer expires June 30, 2023.
We're going over to Ballstick where DeVern Upton is chilling. Are you chilling this morning, DeVern?
Yes, I am.
Okay. We're trying to think of the people that wouldn't know what chilling means. That's sort of I don't guess it's a new term.
I'm kind of chilling because I'm chilly. Aren't you,
That's
DeVern?
right, you're chilling because you're chilly. Oh,
DeVern, what's going on this morning?
we have a temperature of 41 degrees here in Boston. Fire department had no calls. Don't forget to go by Whistle Stop Bakery here on Main Street. Get your bakery items and check all her items out. Then go on up to the drop-in there on Boston Sunshine Highway and check their daily out and their meat department. And that's all I've got today, and hope everyone has a wonderful day.
All right, DeVern, thanks so much, and we'll talk to you again next time.
Okay,
Thanks.
have a good one.
Bye-bye. DeVern Upton from Ballstick over in that area. Don't forget about Whistle Stop Bakery. They are the sponsors for our cupcake giveaway for the birthday. If you've won one of those, go by over there, pick it up. Only going to hold those for about a week. We don't want people coming in a month from now and saying, hey, you want my free cupcake?
I want my cupcake.
They'd forget about it by then. So we ask you to pick those up within the birthday week that you are celebrating. But, hey, it's free. Go by and say hello to Selena and all the staff over there and enjoy your cupcake. And we'll be giving that away about 10 minutes till this morning. So stay tuned for that.
It's the store folks in Western North Carolina depend on. Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supply. It's like a superstore. Deer corn, $11.05 for 50 pounds. Cob corn, $10. They have plenty of deer plant supplies. Check on the lower prices on propane, $12.99 for a 20-pound tank. Mulch, gravel, rocks, and supplies for beautiful landscaping. That's available at Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supply at lower prices. Open Monday through Saturday. If you want a feed and seed store that carries so much more, including new and used farm equipment, then come on over to Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supply, 188 Whiteside Road, Rutherfordton.
Robbie Samuel with us on the phone this morning from the Mount Vernon Fire District. We're trying to guess Robbie's age. And Tracy hit it pretty good there.
Yeah, she won the prize. I don't know what it is.
That's the first time I ever won anything.
We've got a drawer full of plastic peanuts out here. We're going to give her a plastic peanut. Or she can take her selection from the cardboard cookie, whichever.
That would be my speed right there.
It's either the real cardboard or it's some rice cake cookies. Which one is it?
I know. It's hard to choose.
That's exactly right.
Them things, some of these things that they say are cookies should be a crime against nature because they're about as far from a cookie as a Big Mac is from a piece of broccoli.
Yeah, well, you're about right on that one. So instead of me eating that, I went ahead and ordered me a tub of cookie dough from the RS Middle School's baseball team. So,
well, you can't go wrong with that.
No, I'll bake y'all one of those cookies.
Now,
I'll share the love.
Now, how much of that is actually going to turn into cookies on a sheet pan?
Well, I can't answer that. So I don't know.
Because just look, I love my son to death. He's 18 years old. He will go to the grocery store with his mama, and they make these little square things with cookies on them, little individual little cookies.
Yeah.
Sugar cookies.
Uh-huh.
He'll eat the dough before he gets home.
Oh, it's so good.
They never make cookies.
Yeah.
It's just they might as well just sell dough in here.
Yeah, cookie dough's good.
Yeah.
Chocolate chip cookie dough.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, they even made an ice cream after it. Chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream.
Yeah. They did.
Everything's messed up anymore, ain't it?
Yeah.
Everything's upside down.
People wonder why I'm such a big fella. They don't make nothing for big people. We have to eat sugar.
Well, It's kind of funny, it's like we said before, the stuff that's good for you, it's so expensive, and the stuff that's bad for you, it's pretty cheap. You can
I've
eat
been
a lot
on
of that for hardly nothing.
For about a month now. I've not drank any of my sugar drinks, Coca-Cola, stuff like that. I love Coca-Cola. It's gone. Been doing away with my bread. Been eating more of a keto diet. And you can go to let's say you go to Aldi's over here. You can get a loaf of bread for $1. Big old loaf of bread. You buy some keto bread, it's $6.
Yeah,
you don't get as many slices.
I know it, and it's got less in it.
It's like, come on now.
I've never understood why diet food is so expensive.
Especially when you take half the stuff out of it.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I don't
know. That's a good question. If you figure out the answer, you might win $1 million. Who knows?
That's right.
Well, up in this area, the fire department, Hudlow, stayed quiet through the night, and Roaston, they stayed pretty busy. They had a few medical calls through the night, just kind of hit and miss. That kept them up a good bit through the night. But other than that, we ain't got much going on. It's just going to be another beautiful day, it looks like. The sun's coming up. We'll see what this day brings us.
That's right. It looked to be a beautiful day outside. Going to get up around 80 degrees, so that's a plus for me.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. Now, if I was just off work where I could stay at home and cut some grass, I'd be all right.
Wouldn't that be so? That would be nice. I got to cut grass too. I still didn't get it cut, by the way. So
get off of work to go to work, right?
That's right. All right, Robbie. Appreciate the report. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
I hope y'all have a good day.
You too.
Bye, Robbie.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Robbie Samuel with that report from the Mount Vernon Fire District. Going to give a shout out to all the people watching us on YouTube after we finally got it going this morning. 5 of you watching. Tom Green gives us the big wave. There you go. We're going to give you the big hand back. Oh, there you go. Tom Green, he's our Saturday morning reporter. You can catch him on Saturday mornings where he sets in with Gilbert Carmona. Gilbert Talks Taxes on Saturday morning. I believe he's going to do that. This might be his last week.
I think so.
Yeah, because
it's
it's tax day coming up on Monday. So.
And if you haven't listened to Gilbert, he is very entertaining and very, very informative. Great show.
I think you could set Gilbert down in a room and give him nothing, and he would make a 2-hour show out of it.
He would.
Easily. No problem there. 7:34. Going to continue with our call around report, heading to Sioux Price to Sunshine Cherry Mountain Fire District. We'll do that next.
It can be a tough call when it comes time to provide a daycare service for an aging parent or a loved one. You can always depend on Rutherford Life Services for a safe facility that offers medical monitoring, nutritional meals, fun activities, and is a loving environment. Rutherford Life is licensed by the State of North Carolina Division of Aging. They will be glad to answer any questions you may have. Call them at 288-1697. Rutherford Life Services offers a trained staff of professionals who you can entrust your loved one to. Rutherford Life Services is located at 230 Fairground Road in
7:35. Sue Price with us on the phone this morning from the Sunshine Cherry Mountain Fire District. Sue, good morning.
Good morning. It's good cool morning over here, but the sun's up and it's going to be a beautiful day, looks like.
That's right. Shaping up to be a beautiful day, going to be a beautiful weekend. I've got a lot of stuff to do. Honey-do list grows longer every day.
Oh, well, you'll get some of it done maybe. Well, let's see. I don't have a single birthday or anniversary on either one of my calendars today, and I didn't have any calls for the fire department, so I reckon they've been quiet. That's a good thing. In my announcements, the Golden Valley Church is having a community Bible study. Now, this will be on Tuesday nights. It started last night, and it starts at 6 p.m. on Tuesday nights. They have a light supper between 5 and 5:45, and then the Bible study, and it's on Revelations, the book of Revelations, and everyone's invited, and that church is located at 1269 Golden Valley Church Road in Bostic. And on April 22nd, the Golden Valley Community Club is going to have a fundraiser, and we'd invite the community if they would like to rent a space for a yard sale. It'd be $10. and they have to furnish their own table. This will be an outside yard sale, and you can rent the space. And if you want more information, you can call 828-748-0704. And then the club will be serving breakfast, the sausage and liver mash biscuit breakfast from 8 to 10:30, and a hot dog and hamburger lunch from 11 to 1:30. And the proceeds for the community club to make some improvements. And the rain date for this is April the 1st. No, April 29th. April 29th would be the rain date. Hopefully that won't have to use that, but we never know. The rain comes around pretty often here lately. So far, that's the only announcements I have. It's just quiet and calm over this way, looking for a good day, and I hope y'all have one.
So you do the same, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Had another good friend check in on YouTube. Oh, Chad Medford, you know him.
Hey,
Chad's
Chad.
Chad's one of them friends that I just assume I've known him forever, but I hadn't really, and I really don't know where I met him. I think it was high school, maybe. It could be. He's probably got a better memory than me. He's younger.
That's always the key.
I think we met in high school, and we just were friends. I was friends with everybody, so I tried to be friends with everybody. Sometimes that didn't work out to the best of my best, but oh well. 7:38. We're going to continue with our call around report. Going to Tina White, Shingle Hollow, after these words.
Thinking about the departure of a loved one through death is a subject we don't like to talk about. However, pre-planning or prepaying for a funeral is a consideration and responsible thing to do. With so many options available today, it's important to speak with someone you can trust and someone who can help you find a balance between the emotional, spiritual, and financial needs of your loved ones. Crow's Mortuary and Crematory is recognized as one of the best family-run funeral homes. It's a family tradition, and they know how to care for your family. Any questions you might have, they will be happy to answer. Call Crow's Mortuary and Cremation Services at 286-2304.
For those of you sleeping at home, we will remain calm during this next broadcast. Here with us is Tina White. Tina, good morning.
What day is it?
Woo woo!
It is a wonderful Wednesday here in Shingle Hollow. It is 42 degrees, sun shining bright. It's going to be another beautiful day. We have the fire department was all quiet the past 24 hours. We have birthdays today for Miss Tricia Fleming, Nina Vaughn, and Rebecca Towery. No announcements that I know of. I did go yesterday evening to what Sue was talking about up at Golden Valley Church, the study of the Revelations, and we talked about 10 rules of interpreting the Bible, and I enjoyed it. So if you don't have anything to do on Tuesday evenings, 5 o'clock they start serving just a light supper, and at 6 o'clock the Bible study starts, and everybody's invited. It was really good, and I think it will continue to be. But nothing going on here in Shingle Hollow that I know of. I'll keep my eyes open and my ears open and be watching out. Everybody have a very blessed day and be safe out there.
All right, Tina, thanks so much. Have a good morning.
You too, Todd.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
Bye, Tina.
Tina White. Did you hear Tina trying to scream, wake everybody up? What's wrong with her?
It's time to rise and shine.
Y'all should be up anyway. If you're listening to us, I would hope you were awake. I mean, stranger things have happened. 20 minutes till the hour of 8 o'clock or 7:40. Either way you look at it, we're going to head up to Union Mills and Brenda Kelly.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Farm Bureau Insurance doesn't hire celebrities to push auto coverage. We think people might like to make decisions based on service and savings, not just because that guy from that show says it's a good idea. Instead of faces you know from your TV, we offer faces you know from your neighborhood, because we're headquartered in North Carolina with local agents right in your town. That's really the only thing we want to be famous for. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
In Rutherford County, please call 287-2428.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc., Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
And now I'm feeling mighty fine. Brenda was singing to us. I started to have y'all turn the Red Book hymnals over to page 325 and join us as we sing Mighty Fine, and we'd get Tracy to pass around the offering plate this morning.
You know what I remember about that song?
What is that?
I think I'm right. That was Miss Callie Wright's one of her favorite songs. That was
awesome.
Luther's mother-in-law, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I think that was one of her favorite songs. I remember her. She used to call Jim and ask him to play it for her.
I remember back years ago, my son, he was 2 or 3 years old, and he was in church, and Pastor Robbie Hensley had what he called children's church. And he would gather the little kiddies up there off to the side there, and he'd give them a little lesson from the Bible. And he did that one morning, and there was 5 or 6 or 7 little young'uns up there, and Robbie said, "Who wants to pray for us this morning?" Well, my son shot his hand up, and I'm thinking, oh, my Lord. I hope I've instilled enough in him to give a good prayer. And when he prayed, somebody told me that was one of them camp meeting prayers. I was he did good. And he said, "Well, who wants to sing for us this morning?" My son shot his hand up, and I knew he knew some gospel songs, so I had no problem. He decided that gospel wasn't the route he was going to go. He sang "Ring of Fire" by Johnny Cash.
Well,
sang it word for word, note for note.
Never missed a beat, huh?
So I told Robbie, I said, "Well, you told him to sing, you didn't tell him what to sing."
There you go.
So.
And Robbie could have said, "And that's what's going to happen if you're not a believer. You're going to fall into the ring of fire."
So that's what happened when my son decided a sleepy little church in Sandy Level community decided they needed to hear "Ring of Fire" one Sunday morning.
Robbie's a good man. Him
Yes,
and Suzanne, I just love them to death.
I hadn't seen Robbie in a while, but every time I see him, Robbie, my sister is a twin.
Yeah.
And one time Robbie was at the Ellenborough Fair and didn't know my wife was a twin. So he thought there was my wife with another man that was a friend of his. So he said, "Todd," he said, after I found out they were twins, I felt so bad. He said, because I didn't even want to talk to them. Because I thought, well, there's Karen with another man. But it was actually her sister, Kathy. So it worked out.
That's something else. Well, let's see. I've got 38 degrees on the front porch. I've got one anniversary, and that's Chuck and Susan Radford, so I hope they have a good day on their special day. I don't have any birthdays, and I don't have any announcements. I don't know of anything going on. It's just short, sweet, and quiet, and that's how we like it. So I don't know of anything else, so I guess you better go check on Luther Sweet Thing.
Oh, okay. Had to get that spider crawling across the window before Lou gets here and freaks out.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, he's dead, though. All right.
Well, that's good. We'll catch you later.
Brenda, have a good one.
Okay, you
Thanks.
too.
Bye-bye. Brenda Kelly with that report from Union Mills. Like she said, we're going to check in down in Ellenborough with Luther Sweet Thing Gillikin.
To win in sports, you must adjust your strategy as the game changes. The same is true of investments. Why not let Andrew Tisdale help you create a game plan for financial success? Call 828-287-9197 and get started today. That's Andrew Tisdale, 828-287-9197.
Unable to get a hold of I'll hit the right button in a minute. Get a hold of Luther Gillikin this morning, so we'll just check in with him tomorrow. Well, let me tell you about a little place here in the county, right up here in Spindale, that you can go to. Granny B's. Now, they're the headquarters for the delicious donuts. Go by this morning and pick you up later on this morning. They open at 9 o'clock. You can go by and get you some orange twists, Long John's cream-filled donuts, or just a traditional glazed donuts. You can also enjoy a delicious fresh sub sandwich. If you don't want the bread, get a salad. That's right. For birthdays, showers, or any occasion, call on Granny B's for their delicious cakes or petit fours. Open Tuesday through Friday, 9 until 7. Saturday, 9 until 6. They're closed on Mondays. Call them at 286-9012 if you'd like to place a call-in order. They're located at 322 West Main Street there in Spindale. All right, birthdays and anniversaries. If you're celebrating a birthday or anniversary, give me a call now, 287-3356. We'll be glad to put those on the air for you, and we'll give the winner a free cupcake courtesy of the Whistle Stop Bakery in Boston.
How many times have I thought I could handle everything by myself? I didn't need anyone or anything to help me. I've also been wrong about that many times. I was reminded of a story in InfoSearch about a new child in school. It was the first day of school, and the kindergarten teacher asked the children what they wanted to be when they grew up. One little boy spoke importantly. Well, when I grow up, I'm going to be a lion tamer. I'll have lots of fierce lions and tigers, and I'll walk in the cage. He hesitated and then continued. But of course, I'll have my mother with me. What we really need to be saying is, I'll do such and such with God's help. The Apostle Paul prayed for some of his church members to be strengthened on the inside when they walked into a lion's den, figuratively and literally. He was concerned that they would not collapse or fold under the pressure of criticism or persecution. Therefore, he prayed for them to be strengthened on the inside, in their inner being. The pressure on the inside pushing out is what keeps a balloon inflated. In the same manner, we need God's Spirit sustaining us on the inside. The little boy in our story wanted his mother in the lion's den. But we need the supernatural power of Almighty God. Today you may be faced with pressures almost more than you can bear. Why not ask God for the inner strength available through His Spirit? This is Bill Hostler with today's Key to Confident Living.
And you can hear Keys to Confident Living right here every morning with the morning show with Tracy and Todd right here. I did find the CD yesterday. I thought it was Jim took it back and forth with him, but nope, he left it right in here, so I'll be playing that. Forgot about it, actually. So it's always good when the folks out there remind you that, hey,
it is.
You forgot to play this. And then I look and there it is.
People love it.
Have no fear, Tom, the spider is dead. Lou probably couldn't have stood the thought of being in the same room with a spider as it was going mobile, but I did take care of that. All right, what we got going on? Let's do some birthdays. How about that? Happy birthday. The only birthday we have this morning is Jonna Prescott. Jonna Prescott called birthday in this morning, so you are the winner of the cupcake compliments of Whistle Stop Bakery. Other birthdays for today include 1932 singer Tiny Tim. You remember him? Tiptoe Through the Tulips, played the ukulele and was a big hit. Also 1940, Herbie Hancock was born. He's a composer. 1946, Ed O'Neill played Al Bundy on Married with Children. You got to remember that. 1947, late night talk show host David Letterman was born. 1947, Tom Clancy wrote several novels. He's a writer. 1950, the teen heartthrob David Cassidy was born in 1950. 1957, Vince Gill, country singer, bluegrass singer. 1971, Shannon Doherty from Beverly Hills 90210 was born on this day. Some of the events that happened on this day in history. 1861, Fort Sumter is attacked in South Carolina, that essentially beginning the Civil War. 1945, Franklin Delano Roosevelt dies in office. 1954, Bill Haley and the Comets release Rock Around the Clock. 1955, the polio vaccine given full approval by the U.S. FDA. In 1960, Yuri Gagarin becomes the first person to travel into space and orbit the Earth. That's right. All that happened on this day throughout history.
Man arrested after a high-speed chase. Melina Abdullah with Black Lives Matter Grassroots says the charges are historic.
This is the first time that police in the state of Louisiana have been indicted for the killing of anyone.
Green's family says they'll be in court for every single hearing. Madonna's Like a Virgin album, Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You, and Super Mario Brothers music among the latest recordings to be preserved for their cultural significance. The Library of Congress announcing the 25 new titles today. Queen Latifah is the first female rapper included in the National Recording Registry, and the Mario Brothers theme is the very first time that video game music is getting the honor. This is ABC News.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important, and it's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do.
Online at CordellCordell.com. 4000 West Chase Boulevard, Suite 350, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27607. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today's be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford 10.
And I'm Lou Gillum in the Blue Room. Right now we're at 43 degrees, beautiful sunny skies, really chilly. Might want to put on a sweater or a light jacket before you go out, but throughout the day you won't need it. 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. We're going to be talking to Wayne Rollins in just a minute to see what's going on at Wayne's Lunchbox, what's going to be on the supper menu this evening, and what he's got for lunch today. And Tracy's on the phone, so what can I do? Oh, yeah. Okay, we got Braves baseball coming up tonight. Braves beat the Reds, final score Monday, 5-4. Last night, 7-6. We got Braves baseball tonight. Braves and the Reds, airtime be 6:05 with a 7:30 first pitch. So be here this evening for Atlanta Braves baseball right here on WCAB. It is time now to check in with Wayne Rollins at Wayne's Lunchbox. Good morning, Wayne.
Good morning, Lou. How you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
I can't complain about nothing. Just in here getting her ready for today. Another day. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. I don't even see a cloud in the sky outside hardly.
Just a little bit on the chilly side, but other than that.
I'll take a little chilly in the morning any day of the week.
What you got this
morning? I'm a big man. I don't like all that hot weather. I'll take some little cool mornings and cool evenings.
Oh, no, yeah. That sounds good.
Today is Wednesday. We always course this evening with our meats and vegetable specials tonight. Starting at 3 o'clock, we'll have the chicken pie. Always on Wednesdays, usually one of our biggest items that we do throughout the week. Even though pork chops last night really tore them up good, so they eat pretty good last night. But chicken pie tonight, we'll have some type of either crowder peas or pinto beans. I'm not sure which one I want to try to cook yet this morning, but we'll have a bean to go with it for sure. Going to run some macaroni and cheese tonight with that chicken pie, so come on by and try out the macaroni and cheese. We ran the broccoli casserole last night, and everybody always loves it. So going to do the macaroni and cheese tonight. I figured it'd go good with the chicken pie. Of course, we might have some cabbage or something. We'll see what else we can throw together there, but dessert-wise, we'll have I think we're going to do the carrot cake today. Is always a good seller, too. We got some strawberry shortcakes for this morning for lunch, though. You can come by and try one of our strawberry shortcakes. It's a small version, especially during lunchtime. We get a lot of people say, Wayne, I don't want a big old dessert. So we did some small versions, and they got a small price with them. Not like the $5 and $6 desserts you go and see everywhere else. We got these little strawberry shortcakes for $1.25. So come by and try you a couple of them out for lunch this morning. Of course, it's Wednesday. For lunch today is the cheeseburger sub, one of our most popular sandwiches that we do. You basically just take a hoagie bun, 6-inch hoagie. We chop up that hamburger patty on the grill, and then it's up to you, whatever you want to put in that. However you like your cheeseburgers, or if you want to experiment and do something crazy, we can do that too, because I tell everybody we always have, we got different types of cheeses. You know, we got cheddar cheese, pepper jack, Swiss, provolone. So you can make you like a mushroom Swiss cheeseburger sub today, or you could do anything, you know, mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, whatever you want to do. So however you like your cheeseburgers, try it out on this sub, and I promise you, you'll like it because it's a good, and it's a lot. It's a big sandwich. If you're not a big eater, you can probably cut it in half, and two people can split it. Get your order of fries or tater tots or some of them good old onion rings, and just sit back and have you a good lunch. It looks like it's going to be pretty again today, so you can sit out underneath the little awning out here and just have you a good old lunch today.
That sounds delicious, Wayne. Now, you've got that you can have mustard, chili, slaw, and onions, or lettuce and tomato, or can I go ahead and pile everything on that thing?
You can put anything you want on that thing. We had a guy yesterday, he got a double cheeseburger, and he basically told me to make his sandwich. He said it didn't matter what we put on it, so I loaded him up. We put some jalapenos on it, put some lettuce, tomato. We even put some chili and slaw on it. So that was just a cheeseburger or a double cheeseburger, but you can do that cheeseburger sub the same way. You know, we can chop up some pickles on it, put onions on it. You know, we can do whatever you want. So whatever you like on your cheeseburger, or again, if you want to try something different, just tell them to let Wayne make it, and I'll throw you something together a little bit different than you normally do. We had a couple people the other week put onions, and then they put pimento cheese on it, and we melted that pimento cheese over the top of it, and that looked like a really good sandwich. So a lot of different ways that you can do the cheeseburger sub, but it's definitely one I would try if you've never tried it before.
Wow. Now, I've eaten a cheeseburger, lettuce, tomato, cheeseburger, mustard, chili, slaw, and onions. I haven't even put onions on my lettuce and tomato, but I don't know about putting all of it together. That sounds like an adventure.
Well, it's definitely a silverware piece that you're going to need, because a lot of times when you make something like that, it's hard to get all that, you know, and take a bite of it. But we do have silverware kits, so we can cut that thing up, or you can cut it up and take a little bit at a time. So, like I said, though, it's one of those items that you can create and make it your own. So if you just wanted to do a bacon cheeseburger sub, we can do that. Or you can just, you know, you can do however you want to. If you wanted to make it, you could put some Thousand Island dressing on it, chop you up some pickles and put lettuce on there, and then you sort of know what that's going down to. But, you know, it'd be our version of it. But, again, it's up to the limits of your imagination of what you can make this cheeseburger sub turn into, because we've got pretty much anything you could think of to put on top of it.
Wayne, that sounds good. Y'all have a good day today.
All right, I appreciate it. We'll see everybody. Thank y'all, and I thank all the customers for coming by and supporting us, and hope everybody has a good week.
All right, Wayne, you have a good one.
All right, take care.
All right, bye-bye. Well, that's Wayne Rollins. You've heard what's on the menu for tonight for supper, and you can go build your own hamburger. You can probably build your own hot dog same way. We'll take a look at some local news right after this.
Ooh, this North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club espresso is strong.
Pace yourself. New winners tend to overdo it on the coffee. And with new scratch-offs out, well...
Hey guys, I'm a new winner. My name's Steve. What's your name? I really love this coffee. Wow, this place is great. Glad I grabbed a new scratch-off. Okay, nice to meet you. Gonna get a massage. Ooh, I think I need to relax.
Told ya.
This month's tickets pack $60 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds winning range from 1 in 3.57 to 4.84. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Get the freedom to go anywhere. Unlock your next adventure with a great deal from Carolina West Wireless. Right now, save $400 on iPhone series smartphones and go anywhere with the best wireless experience on our fast, reliable nationwide network. Get a free month of service on us when you choose our premium unlimited rate plan. Adventure is waiting. Get great savings on the device you want to unlock what's next and go stay connected. See store for details or visit carolinawest.com/terms and conditions. Certain restrictions apply. Offer expires June 30th, 2023.
We've got sports from NCNN coming up next, and we'll take a look at that. Before that, we'll take a look at the Sheriff's Report. And then we've got the Word of Faith program coming up at 8:30 this morning. Well, FreightWorks made a cannonball splash in the Rutherford County Business Pool 1 year ago with the purchase of 75 new Peterbilt trucks at the cost of $13.3 million. But in less than a year, with no warning, it fired all 140 drivers, closed the business, and went dark. What happened to local businessman and lawyer Joshua Farmer's auspicious undertaking? Did he bite off more than he could chew? Well, there are so many unanswered questions, but Farmer is not talking. He failed to return a reporter's call or respond to an interview to the Daily Courier to request an interview. A spokesman for Farmer said the announcement made the day the business closed was the only statement that would be given. That announcement cited a freight industry recession and the loss of contracts with two major shipping companies. Meanwhile, a second major business venture announced 4 months ago by Farmer touts the sighting of a Lowe's truck stop at the beginning of Creekside Crossing Commerce Center, an 85-acre site at the juncture of U.S. Highway 221 and U.S. Highway 74 bypass. Farmer, who had bought up the land, and various company officials claimed it would include a variety of hotels, restaurants, housing, and retail stores. Love's is an American-owned chain with more than 600 truck stops. It's headquartered in Oklahoma City. Bill Gleason, Love's project manager, was present at the groundbreaking arranged by Farmer for the county's movers and shakers. Gleason did not return a call requesting information about the future of the site. With no fanfare, it appears Farmer sold most of, if not all of the land he acquired for the truck stop venture to North Shore Solutions, LLC in Charlotte. But a search for any information about North Shore turned up nothing. Although Farmer declined to answer questions, some of his former truck drivers were not reluctant to talk about their time at FreightWorks. Most complained that they were terminated immediately, leaving them with no health insurance, severance pay, or other benefits. There were a lot of bad communications, miscommunications. The way they operated was unlike anything I've ever seen. That according to T.J. Matthews of Spartanburg. I think maybe they got in a bit over their head. Matthews said he believed most of the employees at FreightWorks headquarters at 668 Porsford Road in Rutherford were from Farmer's Church, the Word of Faith Fellowship in Spindale, a church with a history of controversy. He said you could just tell to look at them. You could tell they dressed a certain way. They were way different, he said. Driver Dave Thames of Philadelphia said the firing of all drivers came as a complete shock. He said they ran that company like no other company I've ever seen. I wondered if those church people knew what they were doing. No televisions were allowed in the building, including in break rooms and sleeping rooms for drivers. He also cited, quote, lots of truck breakdowns, unquote. Neil Toller of Archdale, a truck driver with 30 years experience with most complimentary of FreightWorks, describing as one of the best places I've ever worked for. However, like the other drivers, the sudden closing was a puzzle to him. He said, I'm not sure what happened. They should have made good on money just because they lost one or two accounts. They could have recovered from that. The financial backing for FreightWorks is not publicly known, although the day the company announced 1 year ago that they were buying a fleet of new trucks for $13.3 million appeared to coincide with approval of a COVID Paycheck Protection Program. That payment to the company of $1.86 million, which the federal government forgave, essentially free money. Some drivers said despite a variety of issues, the employees at the headquarters were always nice to them, but they felt FreightWorks did not try to make it work. Well, the Rutherford County School System Superintendent David Sutton and other members of the Rutherford County Schools leadership team, along with members of the Rutherford County Board of Education, met with county commissioners Thursday afternoon, this was last Thursday, and presented their local budget request for the fiscal year 2023-2024. The Rutherford County Schools' current expense budget request is $21,141,804. This would be an increase of $2,305,984 over the current budget, or an increase of 12.24%. Rutherford County officials noted there are 6 key factors that are heavily impacting the school system's budget. These are allotted average daily membership, labor costs, utility costs, local teacher salary supplement, athletic coaching supplements, and the Exceptional Children Program. The biggest factor is labor cost. Officials said increased compensation and related fringe benefits for school employees represent over 87% of the budget expense request. Most of these costs are related to minimum wage levels mandated by the state and retirement contribution mandates. State funding is related to number of students enrolled in the school system. And because the total number of Rutherford County School System students dropped by 58 students, funding from the state will drop an estimated $402,000. Allotted daily membership refers to the number of students in the system. In the current year, the ADM for Rutherford County Schools is 7,321 students. Officials say the school system will absorb this loss, and it is not reflected in the budget request. Now, for years, the Rutherford County Schools has absorbed rising utility costs, but for the upcoming years, school officials are seeking additional funding for this purpose. The electricity utility cost for the upcoming year is expected to increase $224,005. The budget request includes additional funding for local teacher salary supplement to help retain and attract educators to Rutherford County schools. We'll have more after this and that sheriff's report. For complete and professional auto service, visit Tri-City Tire. They care about their customers, and it shows. They offer complete auto services in brakes, alignments, tune-ups, oil changes, inspections, also lift kits, and of course, complete tire service. Also tires for commercial, farm tractors, and ATVs. They also carry mowers and power equipment by Red Max. Tri-City Tire Service, 221 Daniel Road in Forest City, or call 828-287-8778. Tri-City Tire Service, your local tire and auto service center.
At Insurance Service Associates, we want to be your insurance agent. We try to make it easier for you. When you ask, we will shop your insurance with multiple companies. We don't charge extra fees for making a payment. You can come by our office, or with many of our companies, you can pay us over the phone. Many of our customers come through our drive-thru. We want to make it simple because life is already too complicated. Insurance Service Associates, 245 East Main Street, or you can call us at 245-5301.
Here's that Sheriff's Report recorded earlier for broadcast at this time. With the Sheriff's Report, here is Sergeant Brandel.
In the past 48 hours, the Sheriff's Department responded to 301 calls for service. There were 25 arrests processed in the jail, and the jail currently has 186 people incarcerated. On our incident reports, Chase Corner Ministries on Chase High Road in Forest City reported a second-degree trespass and a misdemeanor larceny. Jackie Huffman from Michelle Drive in Ellenboro reported an incident of fraud and also misdemeanor larceny. That's all for the incident reports. On our arrest reports, Tanya Walker from Hardy Drive in Rutherford was arrested and charged with no liability insurance, possession of methamphetamine, fictitious plate, limited learner's permit violation, no registration, possession of drug paraphernalia, simple possession of a Schedule 6 controlled substance, possession of marijuana paraphernalia, and she received a $3,500 secured bond. Austin Hutchins from North Washington Street in Rutherford was served with 2 counts of failure to appear, received $2,000 secured bond. Jennifer Epley from Gladys Road in Forest City was served with a failure to appear and also misdemeanor larceny, received a $500 secured bond. Dana Lynn Gabourey from West Main Street in Forest City was served with 2 failure to appears, received a $500 unsecured bond. Christine Walker from Avondale Landfill Road in Forest City was arrested, charged with misdemeanor larceny and second-degree trespass. No bond listed on that one. Roger Swink from Newton Cole Road in Forest City was served with a failure to appear on misdemeanor, received a $500 secured bond. Stephen Hodge from Barbara Street in Forest City was served with a failure to appear, received a $2,000 secured bond. John Garner from Gossett Trail in Morrisboro was arrested and charged with driving while license revoked, received a written promise to appear in court. And a Billy Cosby from Maple Street in Spindale was served with a failure to appear and received a $1,000 secured bond. That's all we have for today.
Well, if the county's property owners are looking to understand why their recent revaluation appraisals show dramatically high values, look no further than the current trend of real estate across North Carolina, including Rutherford County. Between soaring real estate sales exasperated by a shortage of available inventory and the state's formula for determining a property tax value. The recent revaluations have stunned property owners throughout the state. Surging values typically occur in metropolitan areas, but recently, reevaluations show the rise in property values is a statewide issue. Rutherford County is no exception. This reappraisal is a reflection of the real estate market in Rutherford County as of January 1st, 2023, that according to Richard Lawson, Revenue Director of Rutherford County, the big increase in value is due to the high demand created by people moving into North Carolina and the low supply of properties. I have never seen purchase prices escalating like we've seen in Rutherford County in the past 3 years. The real estate market throughout North Carolina and Rutherford County is particular, has a true seller's market in the past few years, he added. The purchase price of homes have been escalating due to a very high demand, but very limited supply of homes being on the market. As more buyers have been trying to buy fewer homes here, prices have gone up due to high competition. There are many theories as to why this is the case, from COVID shutdowns to unrest in the cities, but it comes down to a lot of people wanting to leave where they are and move here to Western North Carolina and to Rutherford County. That drives purchase prices up, drives the true value of everyone's homes up, whether they want to sell or not. A county employee since 2000, Lawson was promoted to Revenue Director in January 2021. He has an extensive list of certifications and qualifications related to appraisals. The most recent reevaluation marked in his 5th reevaluation in 2004. We'll pick this story up tomorrow. There's a whole lot more to this story. Sports is coming up next, then the Word of Faith program.
NCN Sports. Good morning. I'm Tony Rixby. It was a good night for the Carolina Hurricanes. The Canes halting their skid, and they stay ahead atop the Metropolitan Division standings. Dave Ferry has more.
The Hurricanes earned a 4-1 win over the Red Wings to stay a point ahead of the Devils for the Metropolitan Division lead. Stefan Nason and Jordan Martinook scored in the first 8 minutes to put Carolina ahead 2-0. Brent Burns and Jesperi Kakanyemi also scored, and Antti Raanta made 20 saves as the Canes ended a 3-game losing streak.
We knew what we didn't do right, and we knew what we have to do to get those wins. So today we came out and we were ready to play. So, good team effort today.
Carolina clinched home ice advantage for the first round of the playoffs and could clinch its 3rd straight division title on Thursday. I'm Dave Ferry.
Charlotte Hornets aren't expected to be big spenders in free agency this summer, even if Michael Jordan sells the team. The Hornets are projected at $39 million under the NBA salary cap for the next season. According to General Manager Mitch Kupchak, they plan to focus on re-signing their own players, adding others through savvy trades. Ryan Mountcastle had quite the night last night when he went to the plate in the 7th inning with the bases loaded.
It was pretty cool. The crowd was getting into it, and it was pretty loud. And for me to put a good swing on one there was awesome.
And the Orioles beat the Athletics 12-8. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball yesterday, in interleague play, the Washington Nationals were shut out by the Los Angeles Angels 2-0. Pittsburgh Pirates over Houston 7-4. Cubs beating Seattle 14-9. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Braves turning back the Cincinnati Reds in National League play 7-6. And it was the Marlins with an 8-4 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. You're listening to NCN Sports.
Hey, sustainability champions! Have you tried Mayola, the milk that's good for you and the planet? With almost $45 million awarded to support sustainable dairy practices over the last 5 years. When you purchase Mayola, you're supporting efforts for greenhouse gas neutrality and a cleaner water supply. Find us at your nearest Food Lion or select retailers and join the movement at mayolamilk.com/sustainability.
Make the move to Mayola, the sustainable milk from around the corner.
April is Fair Housing Month, and North Carolina's 56,000 realtors proudly honor our commitment to ensure everyone gets a fair chance in today's housing market. From the country crossroads to urban centers, realtors across North Carolina are working to open doors to anyone who is striving to attain the American dream of owning their own home. We believe fairness is worth fighting for because that's who we are. Paid for by North Carolina Realtors.
A once promising Atlanta Braves pitcher has been shelved for the season. Correspondent Gethin Coolbaugh has details.
Atlanta Braves right-hander Ian Anderson will have Tommy John surgery and miss the remainder of the season. Tests showed Anderson has a torn ulnar collateral ligament in his right elbow. Anderson won 10 games for Atlanta last season after playing a key role in its 2021 World Series championship. The 24-year-old Anderson began the season at AAA Gwinnett after control problems prevented him from landing a spot in the Atlanta rotation. He issued 8 walks in 7 1/3 innings this spring, and the struggles continued in his only start for Gwinnett. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
NBA action last night. 2 games played. Atlanta over Miami, 116-105. In overtime, Lakers beat Minnesota, 108-102. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today's be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford 10.
And right now, 45 degrees, beautiful sunny skies at WCAB. It's time now for the Word of Faith program. With the program this morning is Mark Cornelius.
Hello, my name is Mark Cornelius, and I'm with the Word of Faith Fellowship. And I'm here to talk today about our relationship with God and with our children. I'd like to start with a passage today here in Hosea, in the book of Hosea, chapter 4, starting in verse 1. God talks about his people, and he says that, "Hear the word of the Lord, O you children of Israel, for the Lord has a controversy, a pleading contention with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no faithfulness, love, pity, and mercy, or knowledge of God from personal experience with him in the land. There is nothing but false swearing and breaking faith and killing and stealing and committing adultery. They break out into violence, one deed of bloodshed following close on another. Therefore shall the land continually mourn, and all who dwell in it shall languish, together with the wild beasts of the open country and the birds of the heavens. Yes, the fishes of the sea also shall perish because of the drought, and be collected and taken away." And God is talking about the fact that he called his people to live in a land, and he expected them to walk with him and to learn to know him. And he says that he had a controversy with us. And really, I feel like the church in the United States in particular, we are really living in this place right now, that God has a controversy with us. Because as parents and grandparents, there is no faithfulness in the land, in that people bring their children to church and they show up on Sundays and sometimes Wednesdays, and sometimes they bring them to other church events, but they don't really have that personal knowledge and that relationship with him. And he says in verse 4, he said, "Let no man strive, neither let any man reprove another. Do not waste your time in mutual recriminations, for with you is my contention, O priest." And it's very easy when God begins to speak about things that he wants to deal with for us to see, well, so-and-so does this, or there are other people who are far worse than I. But God says, don't bother trying to recriminate other people. God says, my contention is with you. And when I was letting God deal with me, I began to realize God's contention was with me. And he says, "And you shall stumble in the daytime, and the false prophets shall also stumble with you in the night, and I will destroy your mother, the priestly nation." He said, "My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, because you, the priestly nation, have rejected knowledge. I also will reject you, and that you shall be no priest to me, seeing that you have forgotten the law of your God. I also will forget your children." And in this nation, there's been study after study that has shown that over the generations, over the last several generations, each decade or each several years, when they check, there are less and less people who identify with the faith of their fathers. There are less and less people who even feel that God is real, or Instead, they say that there must be something out there, but they don't know if it's God. And why is that? It's because we as the priests, we as the fathers, we as the parents, we are not walking with God in that personal relationship with him. We're not walking in that place where we're keeping the promise that God gave to Abraham, which as Christians, which is how we gain entrance into God's kingdom. We are coming underneath the promise that God gave to Abraham when he said that his children would be as many as the multitude of the stars. We are not walking in that place or keeping our end of God's covenant. And so because of that, I also will forget your children. And that's what we're seeing in this day and hour, is that there is an entire generation of children who do not know God. They don't know him. They don't know of him. They've heard of him. But what they've really seen is our religion. They've seen our rebellion against God. They've seen our unwillingness to have a personal relationship with him. And their answer is resounding. I don't know your God. I don't want your religion. And they're empty and they're lost. It says the more they have increased and multiplied in prosperity and power, the more they sinned against me. I will change their glory into shame. They feed on the sin of my people, and they set their heart on iniquity, and it shall be like people, like priests. I will punish them for their ways and repay them for their doings. For they shall eat and not have enough, and they shall play the harlot and beget no increase, because they have forsaken the Lord for harlotry. Harlotry and wine and new wine take away the heart and the mind and the spiritual understanding. And it's through our abundance that we have gone further and further away from God. We fill our lives with the doings, with our televisions, with our music, with the cell phones that we have, and all the things that we can do, all the things that we do, and we've taught ourselves more and more, and the more that we have, the more that we've turned away from God. And it says that all of these things, these indulgences that he's talking about, the new wine, they've taken away the heart and the mind and the spiritual understanding. And my people habitually ask counsel of their senseless wood idols, and their staff of wood gives them oracles, and it instructs them. In the time of Hosea, there truly were physical idols on the ground, and in parts of the world it's really that way. But in the United States, we have a new set of idols. Our idols are our cell phones, our computers. I mean, really not even so much as the TV as it used to be when I was a child. Now even more so, people entertain themselves constantly. People don't even feel the need to go to God or to want to know what God feels about these things. If they want to know the answer to a question, all you have to do is pick your phone up and say, "Hey Siri," or "Hey Alexa," and ask it whatever you want. And instantly you have that answer. But what you don't have is experience with God. And so this entire generation thinks that they know when they don't know. Their hearts and their minds are robbed of understanding with God. And it says, for the spirit of harlotry has led them astray, and they play the harlot, withdrawing themselves from rejection to their God. And when I was seeing this scripture that God was speaking to me about, I began to really realize that God was speaking about not just everyone, but he was talking to the church, to those of us who call ourselves Christians. Because in the book of 1 Corinthians 5, verse 12 and 13, God talks about it. What business do I have judging outsiders? It's not. And God says his contention was with those who belong to the house of God. And in verse 13, he even says that God alone sits in judgment on those who are on the outside, not us. This is for the church. This is for those who call themselves by the name of the Lord. And in Exodus, in verse 19, in 5 and 6, God says, now therefore, if you will obey my voice in truth and keep my covenant, then you shall be my own peculiar possession and treasure from among all the peoples, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests, a holy nation, consecrated and set apart to the worship of God. these are the words that you shall speak to the Israelites. And then, so that you understand that that isn't just Old Testament, in the book of Revelation, chapter 5, verse 9 and 10, he says, and now they sing a new song, saying, you are worthy to take the scroll and to break the seals that are on it. For you were slain and sacrificed, and with your blood you purchased men unto God from every tribe and language and people and nation. And you have made them a kingdom, a royal race, and priests to our God, and they shall reign as kings over the earth. And so with the covenant that God, that we come into the kingdom of God with, we are called to be priests. That are those who are set aside. And what are priests? People who show to the world what the will of God is, that show to the world how to walk with God, that teach people. And it begins with us even beginning to teach not only ourselves, it's indicative on us to have that relationship with God, to have a personal relationship with God, so that we come to seek God, so that we hunger for God. And out of that place, we teach our children. And that was God's covenant with Abraham. And in Genesis chapter 18, 17 through 19, God says, and the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham, my friend and servant, what I'm going to do? He was talking about what he was about to do to Sodom and Gomorrah, because Abraham's nephew Lot was there. And God was saying this, and it says, since Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed through him, and shall bless themselves by him. For I have chosen and acknowledged him as my own, so that he may teach and command his children and the sons of his house after him to keep the way of the Lord, and to do what is just and righteous, so that the Lord may bring Abraham what he has promised him. That was Abraham's part of the covenant, was that he was going to teach and command his children the ways of the Lord. And not just his sons, but his grandsons is actually what that word means in the Hebrew. And God goes on to even lay it out to all the children of Israel in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6. God says, now this is the instruction, the laws and the precepts which the Lord your God commanded me to teach you, so that you might do them in the land to which you go to possess it, that you may reverently fear the Lord your God, you and your sons and your son's son, and keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I have commanded you all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and be watchful to do them, that it may be well with you, and that you may increase exceedingly, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has promised you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one Lord, the only Lord. And you shall love the Lord your God with all your mind and heart, and with your entire being, and with all your might. And see, when God says that, with all of your might, that's an active relationship. You can't do something with all of your might without being active. A relationship with God is not meant to be passive. It's not just something you do on Sundays or Sunday nights or Wednesdays or just whenever you're in the house of God. It's something that you're supposed to do at all times. God talked about that we would love him with all of our mind and all of our heart and our entire being. And these words which I am commanding you this day shall be first in your own minds and hearts, and then you shall whet and sharpen them, so as to make them to penetrate and teach and impress them diligently upon the minds and the hearts of your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And that's what God was intending for us, is that as parents and even as grandparents, that we would take responsibility for our children, and that we would, out of our personal relationship with Jesus, the places where God has shown us how to walk, where the places where God has taught us and walked us through things that were hard, where he has shown us how to change and be different. Out of that place, we would talk about those things with our children, so that they would learn to know and to hunger after God for themselves, and so that they could, in their time and their place, could have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And that's where God was trying to do that. And this is the covenant that God made with the Israelites. And out of that place, he's made that covenant with us. and God says that, and God, it says in Deuteronomy 11:18 through 21, he repeats it one more time. It was so important. And I'll let you read that because it's basically says a lot of the same things, but he says that, and you shall teach them to your children, speaking of them when you sit in your house and when you walk on the road and when you lie down and when you rise up. Basically what he's saying is that we're supposed to be living, walking testimonies to a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. That when you're with your children, as you walk through the day, that you show them, this is what God wanted us to do today. This is what I saw in my life. I remember a time when there was no money. I remember a time when it didn't look like we were going to make it. And I cried out to God, and this is what God did for me. This is what God showed us. Or even when you're with your children for the day, when there's things that you can't find and they're struggling, or maybe they're crying or having a hard time, and you stop and you sit down and you say, let's pray together. Let's ask Jesus to help us. And you teach them how to go to God. You show them that when you go to God, that he's real and that he'll help you if you ask him. And when you do that, and then it becomes natural as you walk in the way, as you go down the road. I don't know where to go today. I don't know how to find lunch for us today. We're in a strange city. Let's ask God. Let's have that personal relationship with Jesus. And when you do that, when Jesus is real in your heart, then Jesus can be real in your children's heart. But when you just teach them the rote teachings of the church that you go to, when you just teach them the do's and the don'ts without a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, your children will rise up one day and say, I don't want your God. And that's what this generation has done. As a whole, the churches are emptying. And there's a whole generation that has been lost because we as parents and grandparents have not been the priests of God. And God said, because you are not my priest, I will forget your children. And as an example of that, David in the book of Psalms, in verse 11, he was talking about his own children, and he says, come, you children, listen to me, and I will teach you to revere and worshipfully fear the Lord. And it's not just telling your children that they're going to go to hell if they don't do certain things, or it's not a threat. When you worshipfully fear the Lord, to worshipfully fear God, you need to have something that's real, that they'll want. And the fear is that they would go out of the way that God has taught you to walk so that they wouldn't be able to walk in that place. That's the fear. The fear is separation from God. And Jesus even talked about that. It says that he shirked away from sin because that he would not be separated from the bright presence of God. And that's the worshipful fear of God. We're taught by man to fear God so that we won't go to hell. And we learn all these things, but that's not worshipful fear. That type of fear, it even talks about, Paul says that even the demons fear God. They understand that they're going to be in hell forever. But that doesn't cause them to worshipfully fear. Otherwise, they wouldn't have separated from God. And in Proverbs chapter 3, verse 1 through 3, he says, my son, forget not the law or teaching, but let your heart keep my commandments. And that's really key, is that we need to understand that we need to tell our children to not forget the law and to understand. And what is the law? The law is what God is speaking to us right there in that moment. God has called us to a living relationship with Jesus Christ. But we have to let our heart keep his commandments. It's not something that's just going to drop down on us. There is an activeness to it. There is an exertion. There's pressure for us to be able to say, we're going to do this. I'm going to make a concerted effort to walk with you today, God. And when you demonstrate that by your prayers, by the way that you act when someone cuts you off in traffic, by the way that you act when it looks hopeless, when you get an audit from the IRS, God forbid, when those things happen, when you choose not to forget your relationship with Jesus Christ, when you choose to say, we can trust God, and you show them by your actions, when you show them by you falling on your knees and crying out to God, your children will understand that God is real. It says, for length of days and years of life, a life worth living, and tranquility, both inward and outward, and continuing through old age until death, these they shall add to you. God's commandments will give us a good life, a life that others will want to emulate. And let not mercy and kindness, shutting out all hatred and selfishness, and truth, shutting out all deliberate hypocrisy and falsehood, forsake you. Bind them about your neck and write them on the tablet of your heart. It shall be health to your nerves and sinews, and marrow and moistening to your bones. And that's what your children need to see, that even as we become older and become gray of hair, and even as we, when the rest of the world is shutting down and saying, I can't do that and I won't do that, that in our old age we would be a demonstration of what the life of God does, that it allows us to be a part of our children and our grandchildren's lives, and that we are an active participant in their growth and their walk with God. And in Mark 4, verse 23 through 25, Jesus was talking about to his disciples that relationship with God. And we have to think very carefully about this. If we want to have a relationship with God, we have to be actively pursuing it. We cannot let ourselves be distracted by things in this world. We can't let that cell phone or what's on the news or what's on YouTube or any other site or whatever, we can't let it distract us from our personal relationship with Jesus. We can't let worrying about who has gone into a school and killed someone or what other tragic thing, we can't immerse ourselves so much into these things that we become consumed with them to the neglect of our relationship with Jesus Christ. Jesus warns us against that. In Mark 4:23, he says, if any man has ears to hear, let him be listening, and let him perceive and comprehend. And he said to them, be careful what you are hearing. The measure of thought and study that you give to the truth you hear will be the measure of virtue and knowledge that comes back to you, and more besides will be given to you who hear. For to him who has more will be given, and from him who has nothing, even what he has will be taken away by force. And we can see that. I can see that in people who I've known and who I've walked with God with. And I remember in our youth that we loved God and we made covenants together, and we said that we would always walk with God and we would always help each other. And if any of us started to turn our backs, we would help one another. But yet you can see little by little our hearts get stolen away. And then one day you go to tell someone, where are you at? Where's your walk with God? Where are you? And they have no answer. And they begin to drift away. And you begin to try to help them, and they don't want your help, because they chose to look upon the world, to look at those idols, those wooden idols that I talked about in Hosea. And our wooden idols are whatever in our lives. It can be our job. It can be our wives, our families. It can be our cars, our houses. It can be all these things that are constantly surrounding us and preventing us from having that relationship with Jesus Christ, where we put these things first. Any of those things. And what they'll do is they cause you to lose that relationship with Jesus. And then one day, just like Samson, where Samson thought he could play with the world, one day we wake up and like Samson said, I'm going to go out and do as I've done before. And when he woke up that day, it says he didn't even realize that the Spirit of God had left him. And that's a scary place to be in. And that's where Jesus said, be careful. Be careful about what you are hearing and the measure of thought and study that you give to that truth that you hear. And in the book of Psalms, chapter 92, verse 12 through 15, it says, the uncompromisingly righteous shall flourish like the palm tree and be long-lived and stately and upright and useful and fruitful, and they shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon, majestic, stable, durable, and incorruptible. And that's what I want to be. And that's what David was talking about. I want to be for my children, for my wife, for the people that I walk with. I want to be like that palm tree in the house of the Lord, long-lived, upright, useful, fruitful, and majestic, and durable, and incorruptible, and planted in the house of the Lord. And it takes a concerted effort and an understanding that God wants us to be planted in the house of the Lord. We don't come in and out. Trees don't get to wander. Wherever they are planted, they stay. Maybe there's a time when they're very young that they can be transplanted, but once they take root, they are where they are. And they shall flourish in the courts of our God, growing in grace that shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be full of sap of spiritual vitality and rich in the verdure of trust, love, and contentment. They are living memorials to show that the Lord is upright and faithful to his promises. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. And that's what I want my children and my grandchildren to see in me, that God is my rock, that he is my foundation. I will not be moved. I am implanted in him. I am stately and upright and fruitful in my old age, and I'll not be withered and dried up, and that they can know that God can be trusted and that he will be a rock for them. And in Luke 11, verse 34 through 36, once again, this is basically a repeat of what that's saying, but it's from a different look. And it says, and your eye is the lamp of your body. And when your conscience is sound and fulfilling its office, your whole body is full of light. And when it is not sound and not fulfilling its office, your body is full of darkness. Be careful, therefore, that the light that is in you is not darkness. And that's what God is saying to us. He's saying, listen, Mark. Listen, whoever is listening to me today. God is warning you, when you fill your heart, when you listen to all the things of the world, when you go to these idols, these things that instruct you and tell you what to do and tell you how to behave and tell you what's good and tell you what's right apart from God, when you do that, your eye will either be full of soundness, your conscience will be sound and it will do what it's right, or it will be full of darkness. And in verse 36, he says, and if then your body is illuminated, having no dark part, it will be wholly bright with light, as when a lamp with its bright rays gives you light. And so, to me, the question was then, well, then what do I do, God? I mean, I don't think there's anyone among us who can say, I'm there. I walk with my children every day. I instruct them in the way of the Lord. I don't forget God. I mean, one of the things that God's been teaching our church is that where are the places, not to be satisfied that, yes, I come up in the house of the Lord. Yes, I sing on the choir. Yes, I'm there in the mornings and I help and I do cleanup and I do all of these things, but not to be satisfied, but to say, God, where am I missing it? God, where are you contending with me as the priest in the house of God? Because I want my children to serve you. I want my children to know that you're faithful and can be trusted. And so what he says in Hosea chapter 14, verse 1 through 4, he says, O Israel, return to the Lord your God, for you have stumbled and fallen, visited by calamity due to your iniquity. Take with you words and return to the Lord. Say to him, take away all our iniquity, accept what is good, and receive us graciously, so we will render our thanks as bullocks to be sacrificed and pay the confession of our lips. And that's what he's saying. He's saying, come to him. Bring those words. Say, God, we've been so unfaithful, God. I've gotten so caught up in my job or my life. I get so busy every day just trying to get my children to school that I've forgotten you. I get so caught up in all of this busyness that I've not stopped to say, where are you, God? What do you want of me today? It says, Assyria shall not save us. We will not ride upon horses. Neither will we say any more to the work of our hands, our idols, you are our gods. And that's what he's saying. I'll no longer say, it's fine. for me to just continue to live the way I'm living. I'm not going to continue to be controlled by that cell phone or by my computer or by my job or all these things. They are not my gods. For in you, O Lord, the fatherless find love and pity and mercy. And God says, when you do this, I will heal their faithfulness and I will love them freely, for my anger is turned away from Israel. And that's key. When you're unfaithful to God, you do damage to your spirit, man. You do damage to your growth. And when you turn your heart to God and you cry out to him with your whole heart, God says that he will heal us. He'll restore us. And there's another place in the Bible where he says, come and let's plead together. And though your sins are like scarlet, I'll make them as white as snow. And that's what God is calling us to. And just to kind of paraphrase quickly, in Hosea 2, verse 14 through 20, God talks about that. He says that I will make the troubled places to be a door of hope and expectation. And in those places they will sing as in the days of their youth. And God says he would betroth us to him, and that he would betroth us to him in righteousness and justice and steadfast love and in mercy and in stability and faithfulness. And this is where God has been dealing with me, and I'm praying that this whole nation, that we begin to see that God wants us to be in this place with our children so that this generation will not be lost. It does not have to be lost. And thank you for your time and for listening with us today. And once again, my name is Mark Cornelius, and you can hear the teachings that our church has been giving on WCAB on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Or you could look at all of the other teachings that have been there. They're all available at www.wordoffaith.fellowship.org.
The music's on us on WCAB.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Biden at the University of Ulster, marking 25 years since the Good Friday Accords, which brought an end to much of the violence in Northern Ireland. The president says reaching that goal wasn't easy.
There were no guarantees that the deal on paper would hold. No guarantees that it would be able to deliver the progress we celebrate today. It took long, hard years of work to get to this place.
The president saying a bright future for Northern Ireland is just the beginning. He's also pledging enduring American support. His visit coming as the Pentagon continues investigations into who was behind the leaking of those highly sensitive intelligence documents. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin.
We take this very seriously, and we will continue to work closely with our outstanding allies and partners, and nothing will ever stop us from keeping America secure.
Gas was less expensive and food prices are going down too. Inflation easing just a bit last month, according to new numbers from the Labor Department.
Government numbers showing today that inflation cooled a bit in March, but still remained overall high. Prices up 5% in March from a year ago. Prices up just 1% from the month before. No drastic drop, though, means the Fed will likely stay on track to raise interest rates further.
ABC's Dave Packer. An announcement today from the EPA on rules for car pollution. The goal to ensure half of all new cars are electric by the year 2030, says ABC's M. Wynn.
Convincing consumers won't be easy. A new poll shows only 4 in 10 Americans are even considering an electric car as their next vehicle. Many are turned off by the sticker price. But Walmart is preparing for the future. The company just announced it's adding electric charging stations to thousands of its locations nationwide.
There will be a vigil today in Louisville, Kentucky, in honor of the 5 people shot and killed downtown at that bank earlier this week. You're listening to ABC News.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call Select Quote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. Select Quote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
An attorney for former President Trump is asking for a 1-month delay to the start of a trial scheduled for later this month in New York. Trump is accused of defaming columnist E. Jean Carroll by denying her allegation that he raped her in the 1990s. Trump's attorney says there should be a cooling-off period following Trump's arrest last week in a separate New York criminal case. U.S. officials say they're starting to negotiate with Russia over the release of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. U.S. diplomat Roger Karsten's telling ABC News they haven't been in touch with him.
We understand he's in good spirits, his health is good, but we haven't been able to verify that by way of a consular visit. We're urging the Russians to allow consular access to Mr. Gershkovich.
Now, the journalist is accused of spying, something his company and he strongly deny. President Biden has spoken with the family. Russia conducting a missile test amid its war in Ukraine. Details from ABC's Ian Pannell in Kyiv.
Russia test launching an intercontinental ballistic missile, saying it's designed to test new strategic missile systems. It comes amid some recent prisoner swaps, but the director of the CIA now saying Putin isn't serious about negotiations to end this war. 3
Sherpa climbers are missing after they fell into a deep crevasse on Mount Everest. A helicopter is currently trying to locate them. Rescuers are searching on foot that area on a constantly shifting glacier with huge overhanging ice. This is ABC News.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go, so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the new Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through June, purchase through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Beacon, always building.
I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gordon Christensen, and if you're a dentist as I am, or you know a dentist, please take a moment to listen. When I became a dentist, I learned how quickly poor oral health can lead to other serious health problems. And for people without access to care, these problems can spiral very quickly. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure how I could until I joined Dental Lifeline Network. It's a nonprofit that has helped us literally change the lives of people in our communities. DLN asks dentists to volunteer to see just one of the many patients in need in your area. It's very simple. DLN screens those in need and coordinates an initial appointment that takes place in the comfort of the dentist's own office and on their schedule. Right now, there's a wait list for patients in need in your community. I'm asking fellow dentists who will join me in seeing one patient per year.
Learn more about Dental Lifeline Network at willyouseeone.org. That's willyouseeone.org.
From ABC Sports, I'm Mark Remillard. The Heat hosting the Hawks in a play-in game. Atlanta jumped in front early, holding a 15-point lead at halftime and never looked back.
And the horn sounds, and the Atlanta Hawks have won an all-expense-paid trip to Boston.
The call on 92.9 The Game. The final score, the Hawks 116, the Heat 105. Atlanta heads to Boston for a first-round playoff series, while Miami waits the winner of the Bulls and Raptors tonight. In the other play-in game, the Lakers used a fourth-quarter comeback against the T-Wolves to take a lead on this shot.
LeBron driving to the rim, gets outside, Schroeder for the win! Goal!
The call on 710 ESPN LA. Minnesota was fouled after and forced overtime, where the Lakers prevailed, winning 108-102. LA heads to Memphis to take on the Grizzlies in the first round, while the T-Wolves await the winner of the Thunder and the Pelicans also tonight. This is ABC Sports. On the ice, the Bruins were home against the Capitals, going for history.
Bruins win! Cross out the Montreal Canadiens and put the Boston Bruins on top. They've set a new league record, earning 133 points.
Audio from 98.5, the Sports Hub. Around the NHL, the Hurricanes beat the Red Wings 4-1. The Devils crushed the Sabres 6-2. Both teams are separated by 1 point in the Metro Division with 1 game left. Pittsburgh laid an egg, losing 5-2 to the lowly Blackhawks, and now need the Islanders or the Panthers to lose their last game in order to have a chance at making the playoffs. Islanders play tonight against the Canadiens. The Maple Leafs skate by the Lightning 4-3. Oilers topped the Avalanche 2-1 in overtime, and the Golden Knights beat the Kraken 4-1. In baseball, the Rays hosted the Red Sox, looking to move to 11-0.
Goes to the backstop, going to chase it Mejia. The long throw to first, and the winning streak has reached 11. The Rays just keep on rolling as they beat the Red Sox tonight 7-2.
The call on WDEA. Around the league, the Yankees rout the Guardians 11-2. Ryan Mountcastle drove in 9 runs as the Orioles beat the A's 12-8. Braves edged the Reds 7-6. Padres double up the Mets 4-2. And Shohei Ohtani and the Angels shut out the Nationals 2-0. I'm Mark Emillard, ABC Sports.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today's be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford 10.
Now, it's time for your Atlanta Braves morning update.
Braves win their second straight and clinch a series victory over the visiting Reds.
The 2023 Braves promotional calendar features a variety of exciting gate giveaways. To see the full schedule, head to braves.com/promos.
Tuesday night at Truist Park, the Braves took down the Reds by a final score of 7-6 in Game 2 of their 3-game series. Matt Olson got things started with a bang in the bottom of the first with a solo home run, his 4th of the year. Speaking of 4, the Reds would respond with 4 runs in the 3rd against Kyle Wright as he walked a batter with the bases loaded, hit another, and gave up a 2-run single to Spencer Steer. But the Braves responded with 3 in the bottom of the 3rd on a 2-run homer from Ozzie Albies, that 100th of his career, and an RBI double from Sam Hilliard that gave the Braves the lead for good. The Atlanta offense would tack on an RBI single from Orlando Arcia in the 5th and a fielder's choice ground out from Arcia again in the 7th. Michael Tonkin picked up the win, his first in the big leagues since September 29, 2016, while Nick Anderson converted the save with a 1-2-3 ninth. Braves will now go for a sweep tonight behind Spencer Strider, and as always, hear all the action on the Braves Radio Network tonight at 7:20 p.m. Eastern. I'm Kevin McAlpin, and this has been your Braves Radio Network Morning Update.
We all sometimes need a towing service. Bad weather, or you just get stuck on the side of the road with a flat tire, or even worse. Call on Tri-City Towing Services of Darrell Burnett. Towing services for big trucks as well as cars and SUVs. He has a rollback service to get you safely to a garage. With years of experience, you're in good hands with Tri-City Towing. Put this number in your phone, 828-305-7707. That's 305-7707. Have it handy when you need it. Remember the name, Tri-City Towing, 1101 West Main Street in Forest City.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
Yes, I do. If you choose to, you can live your life alone. Some people choose the city, some others choose the good old family home. I like living easy without family ties. Till the whip-poor-will of freedom sat me right between the eyes. 'Cause I live and breathe this Philadelphia freedom. From the day that I was born, I waved the flag. Philadelphia freedom took me knee-high to a man. Give me peace of mind my daddy never had. Philadelphia freedom, shine on me. I love you, shine a light through the eyes of the ones left behind. Shine the light, shine the light, shine the light. Won't you shine the light? Philadelphia freedom, I love you. Yes, I do. Philadelphia freedom, shine on me. I love you, shine a light through the eyes of the ones left behind. Shine the light, shine the light, shine the light. Won't you shine the light? Philadelphia freedom, I love you. You know I love you. You know I love you. Yes, I do. Philadelphia freedom, I love you. Yes, I do. Philadelphia freedom, know that I love you. Yes, I do. Philadelphia freedom, don't you know that I love you? Yes, I
Children play in the park. They don't know I'm alone in the dark. Even though time and time again I see your face smiling inside. I'm so happy that you love me. Life is lovely when you're near me. Tell me
the word mine. I wanna see what's never been seen. I wanna live that age-old dream. Come on, boy, let's go together. Let's take the best right now. Take the best right now. Love is a rose, but you better not pick it. Only grows when it's on your mind. Handful of thorns and you know you missed it. Lose your love when you say the word mine. I wanna go to an old hotel long ago in the western town. Pick me up 'cause my feet are dragging. Give me a lift and I'll hail your wagon. Love is a rose, but you better not pick it. Only grows when it's on the vine. Handful of thorns and you know you missed it. Lose your love when you say the word mine. Love is a rose, but you better not pick it. Only grows when it's on the vine. Handful of thorns and you know you missed it. Lose your love when you say the word mine. Mine. Love is a rose. 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 Love is a rose.
I've been here all your life, watching your crying game. You were the heaven in my lonely world, and he was your sun and your rain. I was losing you before I ever held you tight, before you ever held me in your arms, and I will make you blue. Maybe an everlasting love will do. Everlasting love, so tall, so wide, so high above the rumble of thunder down below. It's your love I need, it's the only show, and it's you on an everlasting dream. Can't take us anywhere on the tears of yesterday. We killed the pain, we blew away the memories of the tears we cried, and an everlasting love will never die. Take me out of the cold, give me what I've hungered for. If it's the pleasure of taking my heart that you need, then it only makes me love you more. I was yours before the stars were born, and you were mine. I could have saved you all the pain you knew, and I will make you cry. Maybe an everlasting love can try. Everlasting love, so tall, so wide, so high above the
Robbins Painting Carpet has become the friend of folks who do their own work around the house and friends of the professional. Robbins Painting Carpet is the home of Benjamin Moore premium quality paint. It goes on easy the first time, every time. So save yourself some time with Benjamin Moore. Robbins provides expert help and advice to make every project a success. Call on the team at Robbins Painting Carpet and Floor Covering, 245-8801. Hours are Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30. They're located at 206 Commercial Drive in Forest City.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today will be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford 10.
some kind of wonderful. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, is there anybody got a sweet little woman like mine? There got to be somebody got a sweet little woman like mine. Yeah. Now, can I get a witness? Can I get a witness? Well, can I get a witness? 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 I'm talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Yeah, yeah. She's some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Well, I've been looking real hard and I'm trying to find a job, but it just keeps getting tougher every day. But I got to do my part, 'cause I know in my heart I got to please my sweet baby, yeah. Well, I ain't superstitious and I don't get suspicious, but my woman is a friend of mine. And I know that it's true that all the things that I do will come back to me in my sweet time. So keep on rocking me, baby. 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 I went from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA, Northern California, where the girls are warm, so I could be with my sweet baby, yeah. Keep on rocking me, baby. 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 Baby, 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 keep on rocking. Rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking. Rocking me, baby. Woo, yeah. Don't get suspicious, now don't be suspicious, baby. You know you are a friend of mine. And you know that it's true that all the things that I do are gonna come back to you in your sweet time. I went from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA, Northern California, where the girls are warm, so I could hear my sweet baby say, keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, rocking me, rocking, baby, baby, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on rocking me, baby.
WCAB.
Let's do it again. Wanna do it again. Do it. Let's do it again. Sometimes the rain, grooving when I hear the
up next to mine. Sweet love in the midnight. Good sleep come morning light. No worry about nothing. Just getting good, just getting good, just getting good love. Do it again, do it again, do it.
Now I like you, lady, so fine with your pretty hair. If you don't mind the compliment, just digging on the clothes you wear. I'm just a man now, don't you fear? I can love you now, don't you hear? I wanna do it again. Do it, I wanna do it again.
Woo! Do it again, do it again. Like a hammer on the block, the love began to rock. Give the sister love and pride. Feel pretty and satisfied. I'm not a girl to linger, but I feel like a butterfinger. I wanna do it again, do it again, do it. Let's do it in the morning. Sweet breeze in the summertime. Feeling your sweet face, all laid up next to mine. Sweet love in the midnight. Good sleep come morning light. No worry about nothing. Just getting good, just getting good, just getting good love. Oh, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it again, 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 do it again.
Well, I've been looking real hard and I'm trying to find a job.
was expecting. Yeah. Billy pierced his ears, drove a pickup like a lunatic. Ooh, young hearts be free tonight. Time is on your side. Don't let 'em put you down. Don't let 'em push you around. Don't let 'em ever change your point of view. Come on, man! Be free tonight. Time is on your side. Billy wrote a letter back home to Patty's parents, trying to explain. He said we both feel sorry that it had to turn out this way. But there ain't no point in talking when there's nobody listening, so we just ran away. Patty gave birth to a 10-pound baby boy. Yeah! Young hearts be free tonight. Time is on your side. Young hearts be free tonight. Time is on your side. Young hearts be free tonight. Time is on your side. Young hearts gotta run free, live free. Time is on your side. Time is on your side, is on your side, is on your side. Young hearts be free tonight, 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 yeah.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The latest readout on consumer prices shows inflation easing up. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze has more on new numbers released from the Labor Department this morning.
This report shows that inflation is continuing to cool down, in part because of relief here at the pump, but prices are still overall historically high. The Consumer Price Index rose 5% in March from a year ago. That's an improvement from the 6% rate in February and is the slowest pace in nearly 2 years.
The Fed's still trying to bring the inflation rate down to 2%, so we'll probably see another interest rate hike when the Reserve Board meets next. Markets reacting positively. The Dow is up 146 points. President Biden at the University of Ulster delivering a speech commemorating 25 years since the Good Friday Agreement led to peace in Northern Ireland.
Supporting the people of Northern Ireland, protecting the peace, preserving the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is a priority for Democrats and Republicans alike in the United States, and that is unusual today.
The Justice Department and Pentagon are still trying to get to the bottom of whoever leaked those intelligence documents online, including sensitive information about the military fight against Russia in Ukraine. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Kyiv.
Ukraine is trying to play down the impact of these leaks, but the documents, which come from February, suggest that there are potential problems for Ukraine. Firstly, they point to a dire shortage of air defense missiles, and also that the upcoming spring offensive, which many have been talking about, may not be as successful as some are expecting. reacting.
ABC's Ian Panel in Kyiv. Russia test launching an intercontinental ballistic missile, but insisting it's just testing the systems. That, as the head of the CIA says, Vladimir Putin isn't serious about negotiations to actually end the war. China says it will impose a no-fly zone over northern Taiwan for 27 minutes on April 16th. This, according to officials in Taipei. The last time China set similar restrictions, it launched missiles. You're listening to ABC News.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
In Richmond, Indiana, thousands of people have been evacuated after a recycling plant caught fire on Tuesday. Officials say they will not be allowed back home until they are able to test the air. People living further away told they need to shelter in place. ABC's Alex Brachet is there with more.
While no injuries have been reported, officials are frustrated by what some have told us was a lack of upkeep at the facility. The fire chief saying we knew it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when this was going to happen. The state already on edge over receiving hazardous shipments of toxic waste from February's Norfolk Southern train derailment in Ohio.
In Idaho today, more wrenching evidence at the murder trial of a woman charged with killing her 2 children. Details from ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
Haunting testimony in the trial of Lori Vallow.
We had to take turns digging because the smell was so bad.
On the stand yesterday, a detective described in gut-wrenching detail how police found the remains of Vallow's children. The detective saying his instincts kicked in after seeing 3 large rocks on top of wood paneling.
Attorneys cross-examining that detective today. Vallow's 5th husband, Chad Daybell, will be tried separately. Florida set to execute a man called the Ninja Killer, Louise Bernard Gaskin, scheduled to die by lethal injection at 6 p.m. Eastern, convicted in the 1989 murders of a New Jersey couple. This will be the 2nd execution under Governor Ron DeSantis this year. This is ABC News.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Rutherford County, you've got a brand new business called the Relatively Crafty Market. It's a warehouse full of awesome vendors where you'll find unique gifts like handmade home decor, repurposed furniture pieces, jewelry, signs, bath and body products, children's gifts, and a whole lot more. It's a mixture of old and new coming together to create the perfect market. Hours are Monday through Thursday, 10 to 5, Friday and Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sundays, 11 to 4. Call 980-1197. That's the Relatively Crafty Vendor Market, 114 Michael Drive in Forest City, in the old former Kids Play building off Doggett Road.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today's be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford 10.
You don't know me, but I'm your brother. I was raised here in this living hell. You don't know my kind
just what you mean to me. Here in my heart, I believe your love is all I'll ever need. Holding you close through the night, I need you. I look in your eyes, and there I see what happiness really means. The love that we share makes life so sweet. Together we'll always be. This pledge of love feels so right, and ooh, I need you. Yeah. I am strolling down the garden path. I saw a flower glowing in the dark. It looked so pretty and it was unique. I had to bend down just to have a peek. Hello, friend. Really good to see you once again. Hello, friend. Really good to see you once again. Saw you walking underneath the stars. Couldn't stop 'cause I was in a car. Sure the distance wouldn't be too far if I got out and walked to where you are. Hello, friend. It's really good to see you once again. Hello, friend. Really good to see you once again. An old man passed me on the street today. I thought I knew him, but I couldn't say. I stopped to think if I could place his frame. When he tipped his hat, I knew his name. Hello, friend. It's really good to see you once again. Hello, friend. Really good to see you once again.
Problem is all inside your head, she said to me. The answer is easy if you take it logically. I'd like to help you in your struggle to be free. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. She said it's really not my habit to intrude. Furthermore, I hope my meaning won't be lost or misconstrued. But I'll repeat myself. At the risk of being crude, there must be 50 ways to leave your lover. 50 ways to leave your lover. You just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, Roy. Just get yourself free. Or hop on the bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and get yourself free. Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, Roy. You just listen to me. Hop on the bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and get yourself free. She said it grieves me so to see you in such pain. I wish there was something I could do to make you smile again. I said, I appreciate that. And would you please explain about the 50 ways?
She said, why don't we both just sleep on it tonight? And I believe in the morning you begin to see the light. And then she kissed me, and I realized she probably was right. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. 50 ways to leave your lover. You just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, Roy. Just get yourself free. Or you hop on the bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and get yourself free. Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, Roy. You just listen to me. Hop on the bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and get yourself free.
Get the freedom to go anywhere. Unlock your next adventure with a great deal from Carolina West Wireless. Right now, save $400 on iPhone series smartphones and go anywhere with the best wireless experience on our fast, reliable nationwide network. Get a free month of service on us when you choose our premium unlimited rate plan. Adventure is waiting. Get great savings on the device you want to unlock what's next and go stay connected. See store for details or visit carolinawest.com/terms and conditions. Certain restrictions apply. Offer expires June 30th, 2023.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today's be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford 10.
Well, that'll be the day when you say goodbye. That'll be the day when you make me cry. You say you're gonna leave me, you know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when I die. Well, that'll be the day when you say goodbye. That'll be the day when you make me cry. You say you're gonna leave me, you know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when I die. Well, you gave me all your loving and your turtle loving, all your hugs and kisses and your money too. You know you love me, baby. Still you tell me, baby, that someday when I'll be too. Well, that'll be the day when you say goodbye. That'll be the day when you make me cry. You say you're gonna leave me, you know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when I die. When Cupid shot his dart, he shot it at your heart. So if we ever part, I'll leave you. You kiss and hold me and just tell me boldly, well, that someday I'll be through. Well, that'll be the day when you say goodbye. That'll be the day when you make me cry. You say you're gonna leave me, you know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when I die. That'll be the day. Ooh. That'll be the day. Ooh. That'll be the day. Ooh. That'll be the day when I die. Falling in love was the last thing I had on my mind. Holding you is a warmth that I thought I could never find. Just trying to decide or stay by your side. I know I could cry, I just can't find the answers to the questions that keep going through my mind. Hey babe, isn't it time? It's your time to wait. Falling in love could be your mistake. Isn't it time? It's your time to wait. Falling in love could be your mistake. I've seen visions of someone like you in my life. A love that's strong, reaching out, holding me through the darkest night. Just trying to decide or stay by
I feel a warmth in my heart and my soul that I never knew. This love affair gives me strength that I need just to get me through. Just wondering why. I know I could cry, and everything seems alright. I finally found the answers to the questions that keep going through my mind. Hey babe, isn't it time? You don't have to wait. I know it's time. This love could be your mistake. I know it's time. You don't have to wait. It must be time. This love could be your mistake. It must be time. You don't have to wait. Made up my mind. This love could be your mistake. It must be time. You don't have to wait. It must be time. This love could be your mistake. You might not ever get rich, but let me tell you, it's better than digging a ditch. There ain't no telling who you might meet, a movie star, or maybe even a Indian chief at the car wash, working at the car wash, yeah. Come on and sing it with me, car wash. Sing it with the feeling now, car wash, yeah. Woo! Come some of the work gets kinda hard, and this ain't no place to be if you plan on being a star. Let me tell you, it's always cool, and the boss don't mind sometimes if you act the fool at the car wash. Whoa, 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 talking about the car wash, yeah. Come on, y'all, and sing it for me, car wash. Woo, woo, woo. Car wash, yeah. Work and work. Well, those cars never seem to stop coming. Work and work. Keep those bags and machines humming. Work and work. My fingers to the bone. Work. People, I can't wait till it's time to go home. Hey, get your car washed today. taste of bittersweet. Love will survive somehow, some way. One love feeds the fire, one heart bears desire, one love who's crying now. Two hearts born to run, who'll be the lonely one? One love who's crying now. So many stormy nights, so many wrong or rights. Neither could change the headstrong ways. And if lovers rage, they turn another page. The fighting is worth the love they say. One love feeds the fire, one heart bears desire, one love who's crying now. Two hearts born to run, who'll be the lonely one? One love who's crying now. Only so many tears you can cry till the heartache is over, and now you can't say your love will never die. One love feeds the fire, one heart bears desire, one love who's crying now. Two hearts born to run, who'll be the lonely one? One love who's crying now.
WCAB Rutherfordton.
Aquarius, and my name is Ralph. Now I like a woman who loves her freedom, and I like a woman who can hold her own. And if you fit that description, baby, come with me. Take my hand, come with me.
and my name is Charles. Now I like a woman that's quiet, a woman who carries herself like Miss Universe. Of the world. And if you understand what I'm saying, I want you to take my hand. Come with me, baby, to Love Land. Let me show you how sweet it could be, sharing love with me. I want you to so flow with me, baby. Float on, float on. Cancer, and my name is Larry. And I like a woman that loves everything and everybody. And you know what, ladies? If you feel that this is you, then this is what I want you to do.
When we met, it wasn't quite clear to me what you had in store was there for only me. Surely you know you took me by surprise. When I turned and looked, I saw that message in your eye. There you were, out there on the floor. The way you move, girl, only made me want you more. I did not know you had me hypnotized to the movement of your body dancing in my eyes. I know I had to hold you and make you mine. Don't want to control you, just have a good time in ecstasy. When you lay down next to me, oh Lord, ecstasy, yeah. When you lay down next to me, I find it hard for me to concentrate. If I don't make my move, girl, it might be too late. I've got to make sure you don't get away. After all you done, girl, to make me wanna stay. All my life I've been searching for a star. my searching's over, and here we are, living in ecstasy, yeah. When you lay down next to me, yeah, we're in ecstasy. When you lay down next to me. Make you mine. Don't want to control you. Just have a good time living in ecstasy. Well, when you lay down next to me, ooh, ecstasy.
no tenderness like before in your fingertips. You're trying hard not to show it, but baby, I know it. You lost that
Get the first weather forecast at 6:05 here on 100.9 FM 590 AM WCAB Rutherfordton.
Delivering the first remarks on his trip to Northern Ireland, ABC's Karen Travers is there.
President Biden gave his speech at Ulster University in Belfast in a glass building he said would have been an unlikely sight when he visited as a senator back in 1991 because of the ongoing violence then. He said the 1998 Good Friday Agreement took long, hard years of work and that peace in Northern Ireland was not inevitable.
The lesson of the Good Friday Agreement is this: in times when things seem fragile or easily broken, that is when hope and hard work are needed the most.
Karen Travers, ABC News, traveling with the president in Belfast, Northern Ireland.
The Labor Department releasing numbers showing prices were 5% higher last month compared to a year ago. That's down from 6% in February. As the White House asks for an emergency stay of a judge's ruling against the FDA's approval of the drug mifepristone, a new poll shows where most Americans stand.
The new poll from Pew Research of over 5,000 adults showing Democrats and Democrat-leaning independents by an overwhelming 73% majority say mifepristone, the abortion pill, should be legal in their state. But Republicans and Republican-leaning independents are more split. Nearly half, 47%, say medication abortion should be outlawed in their state. 24% say it should be legal. And the younger you are, the more likely you are to support legal medication abortion. 2/3 of adults under 30 say the abortion pill should be legal. That number drops to half of adults 30 and over. Dave Packer, ABC News.
New EPA rules unveiled today. Starting in the 2027 model year, steep cuts in tailpipe emissions will be required as the agency looks to boost the sale of electric cars and trucks. Archwell, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan's charitable foundation confirming Harry will attend the coronation on May 6th, but Meghan will remain home in California with their children. You're listening to ABC News.
If you own a small to medium-sized business that kept employees on payroll through COVID, you may have a big cash refund waiting for you. The Employee Retention Credit is a tax credit of up to $26,000 per employee. And now, more businesses than ever qualify. The experts at RefundsPro.com specialize in cutting through the red tape of qualifying for this government program. Most of their refunds are over $100,000. Even businesses that have received PPP funds may be eligible. And there are absolutely no fees unless you receive a refund. So there's no reason not to apply. If your business experienced shutdowns, limited capacity, supply chain challenges, or reduced revenue due to COVID, you likely qualify. RefundsPro.com has already helped hundreds of businesses. So don't lose the refund you're owed by missing the deadline. Get started today with a free 5-minute questionnaire at RefundsPro.com. That's refunds with an S, pro.com.
It's decision day in Tennessee, where the second of two expelled state lawmakers will find out if he gets his job back until a special election can be conducted. Here's ABC's Derek Dennis.
Justin Pearson, the second of two Democratic state lawmakers in Tennessee, kicked out of office last week for supporting gun violence protesters who entered the State House chamber, could get his job back at least on an interim basis. The Shelby County Commission in Memphis is meeting to consider reappointing Pearson until a special election can be held, where Pearson has already indicated his intention to run. Republicans who control the State House of Representatives carried out a rare expulsion of Pearson and fellow Democrat Justin Jones, who was reinstated earlier this week, also until a special election can be held. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
2,000 people from Richmond, Indiana, forced to leave their homes after a recycling plant caught fire yesterday. They will not be allowed back until air quality testing is conducted. Toxic chemicals released into the air, says Elliot Ratzman, who lives nearby.
So many of us were outside looking at this spectacle. We had a tornado warning a few weeks ago, and so this looked just as scary as probably seeing a tornado approaching.
And save for posterity, the first video game sound going into the National Archives. That's the sound of Super Mario Brothers. It, like a Virgin, Queen Latifah, and early mariachi music, all included and all going into the Library of Congress this year. This is ABC News.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today it's be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford 10.
dancing. Got to keep on dancing. Keep on dancing.
Can you show that you know how to do it? Do it. Get on down with the sound of the music. Use it, use it.
It's alright when you got the feeling. Hold it tight, got to keep on dealing. Dance with the boogie, get down. 'Cause boogie nights are always the best in town.
Keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Got to keep on dancing. Keep on dancing.
If you wanna boogie, rock the boogie, it's a boogie, boogie night.
But they still boogie.
If you wanna boogie, rock the boogie, it's a boogie, boogie night.
West End, what they doing?
If you wanna boogie, rock the boogie, it's a boogie, boogie night. If you wanna boogie, rock the boogie, it's a boogie, boogie night.
night returns just like a friend. When the evening comes to set me free, when the quiet hours that wait beyond the day make peaceful sounds in me. Took a drag from my last cigarette, took a drink from a glass of old wine, closed my eyes and I could make it real and feel it one more time. Can you hear it, babe? Can you hear it, babe? From another time, from another place. Do you remember it, babe? And the radio played like a carnival tune as we lay in our bed in the other room, and we gave it away for the sake of a dream in a penny arcade. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean, baby. And here's to the songs we used to sing. And here's to the times we used to know. It's hard to hold them in our arms again, but hard to let them go. Do you hear it, babe? Do you hear it, babe? It was another time, it was another place. You remember it, babe? And the radio played like a carnival tune as we lay in our bed in the other room, and we gave it away for the sake of a dream in a penny arcade. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. If you know what I
WCAB.
Every time I move, I lose. When I look, I'm in. And every time I turn around, I'm back in love. I get mixed emotions. It's the way my feelings flow. Excuse me, I'm only human. Sometimes I just don't know. Every time I move, I lose. When I look, I'm in. And every time I turn around, I'm back in love again. Back in love. When you put your arms around me, I feel so satisfied. I want to love you forever. I just can't decide. Every time I move, I lose. When I look, I'm in. Every time I turn around, I'm back in love again. Back in love discovered. I guess I just don't ever want it to end. Every time I move, I lose. When I look, I'm in. Every time I turn around, back in love again. Right back in love again. Seems like that I'm back in love again. Right back oh yeah. In love again. All right. Seems like I'm back in love again. I just don't believe it. Back in love again. I can't believe it. Every time I turn around, back in love again. I get so many mixed emotions. I'm back in love again. Every time I turn around.
Leave me this way. I can't survive. I can't stay alive without your love. Oh, baby, don't leave me this way. No, I can't exist. I'll surely miss your tender kiss. Don't leave me this way. Baby, my heart is full of love and desire for you. Now come on down and do what you gotta do. You started this fire down in my soul. Now can't you see it's burning out of control? Come on, satisfy the needed
shine. Electricity so fine. Look and dry your eyes. So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? Can dress in pink and blue just like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You babe, stepping out into the night.
You call the shots. Get savings on your new device at Bark Mobile. You make the call to get a new free Samsung Galaxy 5G smartphone when you switch. Then call the shots with an unlimited data plan. A single line is just $40 per month with autopay. Get the device you want plus unlimited data to stream, surf, download, message, and be ready for anything. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details or visit mybarkmobile.com/terms and conditions. Offer expires June 30, 2023.
Hungry? Lunchtime, dinner time, anytime is a good time to stop in at Gregory's Original Restaurant. Choose from fresh, delicious burgers, fries, sandwiches, pasta dishes, fresh salads, grinders, and so much more. All orders are prepared fresh and to perfection. Open Monday through Friday, 11 till 9, Saturdays, noon till 9, closed on Sundays. Call in or carry out. 828-287-2171. Located in the Park Lane Plaza in Rutherfordton, and DoorDash delivery is available. Fast and friendly service. That's Gregory's Original Restaurant.
Hey, this is Cameron coming to you from the Blue Room with a check-in on your weather. Today's be cloudy with highs near 80, cloudy overnight with lows around 55. Thursday, cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75, mostly cloudy overnight with rain showers, lows around 55. Friday, partly cloudy with highs near 70, cloudy overnight with rain showers with lows around 60. And heading into Saturday, mostly cloudy with rain showers with highs near 75. Now is your weather forecast here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
And I'm Lou Gillum in the Blue Room. Right now it's 68 degrees, beautiful sunny skies at WCAB. It's 20 minutes before 12 o'clock. It's time for the Midday Obituaries, being brought to you by Matt Mahan's Funeral Home and Cremation Services. Matt Mahan's Funeral Home and Cremation Services in Rutherfordton has been a family business since 1953, offering care, dignity, honor, and unique opportunities for families to create a healing moment after a loss. John McMahon and his fine staff bring experience coupled with perspective to help in paying tribute in a traditional or unique way. Call 287-4715 or visit online today at www.mattmahansfuneralhome.com. There, you can view current obituary information or pre-plan for yourself or loved ones. Matt Mahan's Funeral Home offers healing to the community through burial and cremation services, grief support, whether it's a funeral or a memorial service. Matt Mahan's Funeral Home and Cremation Services knows the importance of ceremony and will guide you in honoring the life and memories of your loved one. Call Matt Mahan's Funeral Home and Cremation Services today at 287-4715 or visit them at 249 South Main Street in Rutherfordton. Bailey Gillespie of Spindale, husband of Joey Gillespie, passed away yesterday at hospice. Arrangements are currently incomplete and will be announced by Crow's Mortuary. An online guest registry is available at www.crowmortuary.com. Crow's Mortuary